Καλημέρα, good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please take your seats as the meeting is about to commence? Will you please take your seats as the meeting is about to commence? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, will you please take your seats as the meeting is about to commence? Will you please take your seats as the meeting is about to commence? Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Lancaster House and the Ukraine Reform Conference. Could I please ask you to welcome to the room the British Foreign Secretary Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister of Ukraine, Volodymyr Groysman, and the Foreign Minister of Ukraine, Pavlo Klimkin.
Good morning, everybody. Well, welcome to London in this faintly Qatar-like temperature we seem to have here today. Absolutely beautiful weather, classic, typical London summer day. Listen, I'm going to make an executive decision, which is anybody who wants to take his or indeed her jacket off, please feel free. This is a workman-like, we're going to do some work here, so if you are hot, which you may well be, then feel free to, I personally am, and I will be taking my jacket off as soon as I finish this opening remarks. Please take them off. I'm delighted to be standing here today with you. Thank you all for coming with Prime Minister Groysman, my friend Pavlo Klimkin, who's here in the front row, and of course many other distinguished members of the Ukrainian government. We've come together with one aim, which is to build a prosperous and a peaceful and successful Ukraine, and to help that government to press ahead with reform. I've been twice to Ukraine in the brief time I've been Foreign Secretary, and I think every time I go, I come away more sympathetic, more inspired by what is going on. I've run around that beautiful precinct with the golden cupolaed churches, and I've drunk beer by the river, and I've eaten chicken Kiev, of course, as you'd expect. Very interesting indeed it was. I made a video with my friend, the mayor of Kiev, welcoming people to the Eurovision Song Contest, which, as you know, Britain once again mystifyingly failed to win. But I assure you, we are not giving up. We may be leaving Europe, but we may be leaving the EU. We are not leaving Europe, and we are certainly not leaving Eurovision, my friends. We're delighted to see the success of that venture that you had in Kiev, and we're delighted by the Ukrainian mission here today. President Poroshenko came to Britain in April on a very successful mission, and we share so much. We have a vital interest in our country in the success of Ukraine. Not just because of the economic potential of this country of 44 million people, but because Ukraine, I think it's in the etymology, it stands literally on the frontier of the challenge by Russia to the rules-based international system in which we all believe and which the UK is determined to preserve. And if Ukraine is to meet the aspirations of its people, then the government has got to forge ahead with reform, purging corruption, strengthening the country's resilience. And there's a familiar mantra which you'll all have heard, that Ukraine has delivered more reforms in 3 years since the revolution than in the previous 2 decades since independence. And there has been great progress. All officials have to declare their income and assets, not something actually I think we even have in the UK, Judith. As far as I know. And significant progress has been achieved in banking reform, but none of us, I think, would agree that the task is done. It's not over. There are worrying signs that reform is faltering, and we're seeing some concern about selection of new members of the Supreme Court, a lack of progress in creating special anti-corruption courts. We see some obstacles faced by civil society groups who are working against corruption, and I think everybody agrees that we need to do more to fulfill the ideals of those who braved the snipers' bullets during the revolution of the Maidan. And corruption's got to be rooted out, I think we all agree, across the board. The work of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau and other institutions will only be worthwhile if the guilty face justice. But successful prosecutions and convictions require a clean judiciary and the rule of law, giving all Ukrainians the confidence that no one will be immune from accountability. Ukrainians deserve a professional civil service appointed on merit, and a modernized health and education system free from corruption. The government wants to deliver economic growth, which in turn requires foreign investment. But investors, I think there was a very successful business breakfast just now, investors will only do business in Ukraine if they can be sure of the integrity of the courts and certain that their contracts will be enforced and upheld. There must also be electoral reform in time for the next national polls in 2019, starting with the appointment of a new Central Election Commission and stronger rules and punishments for electoral malpractice. Other essential reforms remain outstanding in land, in pensions, and in state-owned enterprises. Those who benefited from the old system will, of course, fight tooth and nail to defend their privileges. But Ukraine benefits from a remarkable array of leaders in government, in parliament, in civil society, many of whom I've now had the privilege to meet. And I believe these people are devoted to their country and determined to build a peaceful and prosperous Ukraine. And I have every confidence that they will prevail and overcome those who would obstruct Ukraine's progress for the sake of personal gain. We all know the scale of the challenge. We all know what is at stake for the UK, for the West, for the world in Ukraine. And that's why I believe this conference on reform in Ukraine is so important. And that's why we offer all our support to the efforts of Prime Minister Groysman and to his government. And I'm delighted that they will today launch their action plan to 2020, spelling out the government's aims and priorities. But above all, their unbending resolve to press on with reform. So I would like to begin by inviting Prime Minister Groysman to speak on behalf of the Ukrainian government. Ladies and gentlemen, Prime Minister Groysman.
Дякую, Борис, дякую.
Dear Foreign Secretary, dear ladies and gentlemen, I see many familiar faces here, faces of my friends from all over the world. And now we start building not just new Ukraine, but the new history of Ukraine. And I'm delighted that today in London we are going to discuss the state of affairs in our country. We'll talk about our achievements, we'll talk about our challenges, and we will look at answers, because indeed these are the things which we have to resolve together. Unfortunately, in 20 years of our independence, Ukraine did not manage to provide the qualitative reforms so that the level and the standard of living of the population could rise. We can see that Ukraine is indeed a strong country, a country with huge potential. But unfortunately, we can also see that poor corporate governance in the last decades made Ukraine weaker. We are going through difficult times, times of our development and growth. In the last 3 years, we have tragic pages of our history. We have tragic loss of lives. We have numerous challenges today, both internal and external. And some people will say that we are perhaps not moving fast enough. But I have a lot to talk about. I'm very proud of our achievements in the last 3 years. And also, we can talk about the starting point. We have to remember that in 2014, the end of 2013, we had the revolution of dignity because the people had enough. People didn't want to live in a country which didn't respect the human rights or democracy, and they chose the right for dignity and free choice. And as a result, hundreds of human lives were lost. However, Ukrainians have proved that they have the right to live in the European family, in the family of democratic values and the values which have to be defended. At the same time, you know that the large-scale hybrid war against Ukraine has started, and it's not just the military aggression we're talking about. It's not just the Russian tanks which entered the territory of Ukraine and the Russian military equipment and the separatists. We also have received the energy aggression from Russia. We have lost our traditional markets. We have received a massive propaganda which was started working against our statehood and against the democratic values. And we see the consequences of cyber attacks worldwide and quite a lot of other challenges which try to stop us on our path of development. In 2014, 2015, and indeed last year, beginning of 2016, we had the economic fall. About 16% of our economy has dropped. And we had to start the measures of quite strict state policy so that we could manage the situation, and we managed to stabilize it. In 2016, my government came to power at the time of the economic and political crisis. And we continued what the government of Arseniy Yatsenyuk started. We managed to stabilize the situation and renew the economic growth. We also started quite important reforms in our country. That wasn't easy. And we can talk about three things now. We can talk about the situation we started from, situation today, and our plans for the future. My government team is present here today, and we think that it's a very important event where the whole world could help us to gather the momentum. In 2016, the economic growth was 2.3% after several years of free fall. But because our system was not reformed, we have received a huge institutional weakness and a very high level of corruption. So we started the reforms in all fields, in all sectors. And of course, we don't have the priority and we don't have the long-term stack. Every single task is a priority. We have got quite a lot of important long-term tasks which we have to do immediately. And of course, we have got enemies, those who try with the populistic means destroy the reforms. And of course, the old system does not like changes. That's quite understandable. But we have managed to not just get the concrete decisions, we have managed to implement those decisions. In 2014, we started institutional changes, the creation of new legislation, new regulation, using the best practices, using the support of our international colleagues. We have created, and I feel quite systematic anti-corruption legislation. We have created the anti-corruption infrastructure in the country, which is independent. And we have started the total fight against corruption. I'm absolutely sure this is the beginning of an end of corruption in Ukraine. And we understand it's not a one-day fight. We will have new challenges every day. In October, we started the reform of the judiciary, and we are now creating the new Supreme Court of Ukraine. It's not a simple process at all, but we understand that the key task for us is the creation of the judiciary, which will gain the total trust from society. That is very important, and that's why we are sparing no effort explaining what the reforms are about. And sometimes I hear in Ukraine that maybe IMF is interested in reforms, our international partners are interested in the reforms, nobody else. But I have to say, no, the reforms are needed in Ukraine. The reforms are needed for Ukrainians because they would enable us to improve the quality of life in the country, to develop the national economy. And only last year, we started the reform of the civil sector and public sector for the first time. We are going to change the public governance. And we have started a very successful reform, it's my view, of the decentralization of power. We started delegating the power to the authorities which are closer to the community. And traditionally, as you know, the Ukrainian governance was centralized and was a major source of corruption. We've got a long-term plan with very clear tasks: the rule of law, economic growth, fighting corruption, security and defense, and the development of human capital. These are our key investment priorities, and I'm absolutely sure that Ukraine will be successful. We have to look realistically at our state. We quite often hear in the world that perhaps Ukraine is not the most important priority. In the world, there are much more important tasks. But when we are talking about the fight, it's not the discussion about the Russian aggression in Ukraine. It's the fight of, indeed, the democratic values and non-democratic values. But we are at the front line. We are at the frontier. And our victory will mean that we will develop the democratic values in our country, or perhaps somebody would try to impose the ideology on us, which we would not accept. Our plan foresees very clear priorities. In the country here, we've got massive challenges. 80% of our internal GDP is indeed the sovereign debt, which is a massive, massive burden for our country. We have to give 5% of our GDP to our security because we are the country under the Russian aggression. We have numerous challenges, as I've already said, and so we need indeed the stable economic growth. We need to create efficient systems. We need to have new quality of services. In 2016, the government has created 5 key priorities. And I would like to thank the IMF, our international partners present here, and also the EBRD, the World Bank. I would like to thank all of you, our international partners, so that we could find very clear solutions for these 5 reforms. The pension reform, first of all, which has been given the green light, and it's currently in our parliament. We hope that it will be approved in the nearest future, and that is indeed a very important step in reforming our country. The second reform is the reform of the civil service and privatization. And I feel that the legislation in privatization is one of the best in Europe. We have 3,500 state enterprises in Ukraine at the moment. How could they be managed efficiently? So the only way is the privatization, and indeed we need to introduce the corporate governance into the management of the state companies, and we are heading that way. So Ukraine is on the way to the large-scale privatization. Point number 3 is our land reform. And here we have got closer to the format which can be supported by the Ukrainian society. I would like to mention also the system of the healthcare, which and that is an important reform which has been presented at the Ukrainian Parliament and has been supported in the first reading. These are 5 key priorities for 2017, which would enable us to gain macroeconomic stability in the country. I would also like to say that we see as one of our priorities the creation of a favorable investment climate. Therefore, the deregulation is key. The change of the post-Soviet rules in the regulation and investment, and of course, the Soviet mentality still remains. The country which was under the Soviet ideology for decades, we have to get the breakthrough, and we have to make sure that indeed some of these Soviet rules were abolished. Recently in our government we have cancelled 364 regulations, 3,000 pages of regulation which were not needed, which were obstacles in development of business. And as a result of our policy, we are creating the new tax code and tax regime, and it's quite a competitive tax regime. However, in 2017, we have also introduced the key anti-corruption tools which enable us to impose taxes and also to administer taxes without the corrupt element. If we look at 2016, you can just imagine that only in May 2016 we have started the new reform of the civil service. We have started the regulation of the energy prices. That never happened. We always had the mechanisms there which were far from transparent. From the 1st of August 2016 we introduced the new procurement system which is transparent. It's called Prozoro, which means transparent, and it saves billions for the Ukrainian budget and for the Ukrainian citizens. We have introduced the system of the e-declaration, and e-declaring is indeed setting example to other countries, because here we have got quite strict anti-corruption norms. We have started the reform of judiciary, and we'll discuss it later. Last year, we have started the inclusive process of creating the national budget and moved to the medium-term plans. We have started, indeed, the 3-year budget planning, which is new, and the plan of actions of the government is foreseeing very concrete steps until 2020. This is just a tiny tip of an iceberg of the changes we're introducing every day. And the most important thing here is to fight for the support, to gain the support of the population. So the dialogue with the society, the dialogue with the population is also our priority. And we'll do everything to combine and to unite the civil society, the experts, our international partners, the government, of course, so the decisions which are made are of high quality and are important for our country. Yes, we've got the results. Yes, we've got progress. But I am the type of person who thinks that everything that we've done, that we did yesterday, is history. It's very important to see what we have today and what we're going to do in the future. I'm absolutely sure that the partners like you and the team we've got and the plan we've got, we are destined to win and get success. I'm very grateful to you for the opportunity to speak to you, to be present at this conference. It took us years to get to it. I'm very grateful to Boris Johnson for the personal leadership which helped us to organize this conference. And I do hope that this conference will be an annual event, an event where we could set up the priorities and discuss our future. Thank you very much, our friends, and I would like to wish you all the best.
Thank you. Yes, chicken cube.
Thank you very much. Opening speech. I'm now going to open the floor for the plenary session, and I will call speakers. There's a large number of people this morning who would like to talk, so I'd encourage you all to keep to 3 minutes, if you would. But may I start by inviting the Foreign Minister of Denmark to the lectern.
Ministers, colleagues, it is a pleasure to be here attending today's conference on the forum process of the reform process in Ukraine. I'm grateful to my British colleague for organizing this conference. It is a welcome sign of UK's continued engagement in strategic developments affecting the future of Europe. I'm equally grateful to my Ukraine colleague for co-hosting and to Prime Minister of Ukraine for setting out Ukraine's ambitious reform plans for the coming years. Today's conference takes place against the background of two major achievements for Ukraine. Ukrainian citizens have enjoyed visa-free travel to the Schengen area since June 11, and soon Ukraine's associations and free trade agreement with the EU will enter into force on a permanent basis. For Ukraine, the path towards Europe has never been easy, but the European aspirations of the Ukrainian people have been clear all along. A great deal have been achieved since 2014, and the Ukrainian government should be commended for its considerable achievements despite Russian aggression. Ukraine begins to see the first results. Success requires continued reforms, reforms that create jobs and social welfare, and reforms that ensure the rule of law, independent and transparent institutions, and a zero tolerance for corruption. The momentum created around the reform process must be nurtured and propelled forward. Denmark will continue to support the reform efforts of the Ukrainian government. We will do so bilateral, where we have enhanced our financial support. We will do so with and through the EU. We are proud to lead the implementation of the EU Commission's anti-corruption program. I believe I am speaking on behalf of all of us when stating that we, the international community, will not let Ukraine down. There is too much at stake for Ukraine, for Europe, and for the international order based on the rule of law and shared values. We all have a responsibility to fulfill the European aspiration of the Ukrainian people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Foreign Minister. I'd now like to invite the Foreign Minister of Canada to the floor.
I've followed Boris's advice and taken my jacket off, so. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today. Boris, thank you very much for hosting this event. Я два слова почну по-українськи.
I will say a couple of words. I will say a couple of words in Ukrainian to my Ukrainian colleagues. I would like to say, to touching the wood, this Ukrainian is also a language of Canada. We are happy to be with you. We support you, and we're very proud of your achievements, what you achieved so far. As Ivan Franko, Ukrainian writer, used to write, be ready for a great moment. Anyone could become a great person when your time comes. This is your moment of truth now. There's lots of things are at stake, and we believe you're capable of doing this. Thank you.
It is a really big moment for Ukraine, and speaking for Canada, we're proud of the progress you've made. We also have Europeans, you're proud of your free trade agreement with Ukraine. We have one too. It is entering into force now, and Canadian businesses are already reporting to me their enthusiasm for the trade. I'd like to just underscore two things. Prime Minister Groysman, I was very happy to hear you talking about your fight against corruption and the need to get the support of the people. This is a fight your whole country is engaged in, and it is so important, as Boris said, for you, the government, all my friends in government who are here today, to really live up to the expectations of the Maidan. I know you're working hard to do that, but you have to keep it up because people are counting on you to do it. And to my Western colleagues here, I think I'm the only non-European here, certainly only the non-European minister here. Japan. But the Japanese foreign minister is not here, is he? And so you may ask, why is Canada here? We're pretty far from Ukraine. As you will have gathered from my remarks, we do have a strong historic connection with Ukraine. This is the 125th anniversary of Ukrainian immigration to Canada. And we have a strong human connection. But we also really believe in the political significance of what is happening in Ukraine today. Both Boris and Volodymyr and Anders spoke about Ukraine as really being the battleground for democracy in the world today. I really believe that. There are a lot of forces out there questioning what you might call Western liberal democratic values, asking whether those really work today, casting doubt on them. Whether Ukraine succeeds or fails will be very important for all of us who are committed to that broader project. So that is why Canada is standing with Ukraine, and we're here to help you guys. І треба продовжити вашу роботу.
And you should continue your work.
Thank you very much, Foreign Minister. If I could now invite the Foreign Minister of Latvia to the stage.
Well, dear friends, Mr. Prime Minister, dear Boris, first of all, thank you very much for organizing this conference, and I think this is a very important occasion not only to speak about reforms, but also to speak how to support them. As everyone has been rather short, I have cut my speech for about 30 minutes to about 2 minutes, and there are only a couple of things I just want to say. First of all, I think that we all understand that Ukraine is frontline not only against the Russian aggression, but it's also frontline of our values. I think that if you succeed, we all succeed, not only in Ukraine, but also back in the European Union and in the wider Europe, Boris, as well. Second, I do believe that we all understand that reforms are being conducted not for the sake of European Union or international community, but for your own people. And I think that we all have done already a lot, and we are ready to continue supporting you. But then comes a warning. I think that we should concentrate on essence, not on statistics. I'm always prone to hear a lot about regulations, about items that have been implemented, but I think that we all understand that reforms in Ukraine, when it comes to privatization economy, are very much linked to reforms in judicial, in public administration, in anti-corruption field, because investments will come to Ukraine only if people will be understanding, the business community will be understanding that rule of law fully applies and public administration of Ukraine is serious. My final point comes from our experience. I know that Ukraine wants to join European family, and we all know that it's not going to happen this year or the next year. But our experience of 1990s was that many people were saying that the Baltic states will never become European or NATO members just because they are not able to conduct reforms. Do whatever you can so that when the right time comes, everyone who is very skeptical says they are like us, they deserve their place in Europe, in the European Union, in European family. And that's where we should concentrate. Thank you.
Thank you, Foreign Minister. If I could now invite Vice President Dombrovskis of the European Commission to take the stage.
Mr. Prime Minister, honorable ministers, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank British and Ukrainian government for hosting this important conference. It comes at the right moment ahead of the EU-Ukraine summit taking place in Kyiv next week, and it's very important that all Ukraine's partners show their commitment. Ukraine has fallen victim to the Russia's military aggression. This cannot and should not be accepted in 21st century Europe. Today, the security situation in eastern Ukraine remains very tense, and progress on Minsk agreements is slow at best. Unless all sides truly engage, a lasting ceasefire seems far off. In June, the EU renewed its economic sanctions on Russia for another 6 months, and their duration remains linked to the full implementation of Minsk agreements. The partnership between Ukraine and EU has grown deeper and stronger than ever. We have passed 2 milestones this year. Visa liberalization entered into force last month, and the ratification of an association agreement will allow it to enter into force in autumn. The EU-Ukraine Deep and Comprehensive Free Trade Agreement is working well. Trade between EU and Ukraine in the first quarter of 2017 increased by about 25% compared to the same period last year. Ukraine has achieved a lot since 2014. The country returned to the economic growth last year. Major reforms had been taken in areas such as judiciary, banking, energy, and public administration. Important actions in the energy and banking sectors eliminated some of the largest sources of corruption. The EU has supported these reform efforts, pledging around 12.8 billion euros for the period up to 2020, and close to 10 billion euros have been committed already. Still this year, the European Commission will take a decision on new programs worth about 200 million euros in grants. The EU has also extended macrofinancial assistance to Ukraine of the combined value of 3.4 billion euros, of which 2.8 billion have been already disbursed. This is by far the largest assistance of this kind provided to the partner country. As always, EU assistance and further reform progress are closely linked. As we are now approaching the end of the program, we are happy to see that the macroeconomic stability is firmly taking hold. This should provide the Ukrainian authorities with space for the ambitious reform plans presented today. The progress achieved so far is a testament to Ukraine's impressive commitment. Still, in the environment where Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity is challenged, important steps remain to increase the country's resilience. So let me end with a point on cyber attacks. We are looking at how to assist Ukraine to build its cybersecurity capacity, especially in critical infrastructure. Our renewed EU cybersecurity strategy will include technical assistance to third countries, including Ukraine. We are also calling on EU member states to step up their effort in this strategic area. So we can assure our Ukrainian partners that the EU will continue to support them in work and deed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. If I could please invite the Foreign Minister of Lithuania to take the microphone.
Very good to see all of you, Mr. Prime Minister Boris. We were encouraged by your news at the beginning of the conference that UK is not leaving Eurovision. It's really good news. Because we don't like UK leaving anything, frankly. We like UK assuming responsibility, leading role, same as at this conference, so thank you for organizing. It's exactly we need, you and all our efforts. What can I say in 2 minutes or 3? Almost nothing, but it was said many things already, not only during this discussion. And I would like to repeat once again that Ukraine made much more in this 3 years than in 23 years. So we can criticize, continue criticize, they know themselves. The biggest enemy is not only aggression from Russian Federation, but also corruption, which is inside. And still it is, lack of tempo in reforms. So what we can do, we're talking about next steps. To cut in short, what I would like to see this next steps really very concrete. I'd like to see our vision on contractual relationship with the European Union, for instance. I'd like to see our administrative engagement in Ukraine with technical assistance and presence in the country. Also, I'd like to see a new economic investment program for Ukraine. Members of Parliament, they were quite creative, and former Prime Minister Lithuania Kubilius is somewhere in the room, and his colleagues launched ideas of Marshall Plan or something like that. Financial, so to say, investments program, which, needless to say, should be conditional. We have also to set impartial, I would say, objective, reliable supervision mechanism as a key in order to preserve trust of investors, because investors must trust the process. But we cannot stay as it is, that's my point. The process, how it moves now, it's not, so to say, satisfactory, because time is not on our side. And people in Ukraine also are impatient, also frustrated, and, you know, this process leads, I shouldn't say nowhere, but it's not good. So we have to do something more tangible, more passionable, more maybe also taking, as I said, leadership, and with this financial, also including financial contributions, that's important to be done. So no time to elaborate all these ideas in details, but I believe, and I really would like to invite the institutions present here, first of all, of course, EIB, BRD, IMF, well, all these institutions which already had some efforts in place, and they already guiding and trying to assist some well, reforms, internal reforms as pension reform, for instance, state-owned enterprises, privatization to come. So we can really connect these dots with more tangible and clear vision, and also concrete progress with our participation in place. And that would be my suggestion to think about, and to think about maybe during next discussions and conferences. Thank you. Дякую.
Thank you very much, Foreign Minister. If I could invite the Foreign Minister of Hungary to take the stage, please.
Dear Prime Minister and dear Boris and dear colleagues, I appreciate the invitation, since I'm representing here a country which is extremely interested in a stable and strong and democratic Ukraine. And we have at least two good reasons for that. Number one, we are a neighboring country. And number two, we have a community of 150,000 Hungarians living in your country. Based on these reasons, among all others, we have committedly and strongly supported the efforts of the current Ukrainian government to carry out the very, very necessary reforms. And I think it was absolutely unfair that Ukraine had to wait for such a long time to get the visa-free regime to the European Union. And it was very unfair to wait for such a long time to implement the DCFTA. And thanks God it was not Hungary, the last country, because you can imagine the reactions on that case. I'm happy to announce that we have agreed on a tie-date credit line of $50 million with the Ukrainian government to upgrade the infrastructure. I'm happy to announce that we have opened a 24 million euro non-refundable cash incentive pool for the agricultural entrepreneurs and farmers in Ukraine to upgrade their farms, which we understand is a very important part of reforms. And I'm proud to say that during the last 2 years and this year, we host 2,600 kids on a one-week vacation in Hungary, whose fathers have been participating in the fight in the eastern part of Ukraine, and we will continue this program of ours. Hungary has taken over the presidency of the Visegrad Group on the 1st of July, and as president of V4, we will make all our efforts to increase our support to carry out the necessary reforms in Ukraine, since we are the countries which have the most vivid memories and experiences about transition periods and major restructuring. And my final point, Your Excellency, dear Prime Minister, Boris and friends, is that if we look at the Hungarian community in Ukraine as a source of strengthening our bilateral relationship. And we are aware of the fact that there are some legislative proposals on the agenda of the Ukrainian parliament which would cut the rights of minorities, among them Hungarians. So I would like to ask you, dear Prime Minister, to make sure to look at the Hungarian community still as something that strengthens our relationship, and make sure that such kind of regulations do not pass the Ukrainian parliament. You can count on us, and we count on you in the future as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Foreign Minister. If I could please invite Susuma Chakrabarti, President of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, to take the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, one simple message. Ukraine is today on the road to transformation. As recently as 2013, EBRD encountered nothing but obstacles, obstructionism at every turn. We had stopped investing in the public sector, and our private sector clients were operating in the most hostile of environments. Since then, the landscape has shifted radically. The government has acted decisively. It has pursued reforms really required to undo years of half measures, missteps, and neglect of its economy, of its governance, of its business climate. The foundations have been laid for sustainable and robust economic growth. Macroeconomic stability, economic growth, they've both returned. Both the banking and energy sectors are being reformed at pace. The situation with public procurement bears no comparison with what was there previously, And there is corporate governance reform in Naftagaz as well, which I trust will be a model for other state-owned enterprises. Of course, reform is tough. It's not always linear. But remember the context just a few years ago. A state, a private sector, and a media controlled by those who equated national interest with personal gain. It requires really, really courageous leadership in that context to reform, to modernize the whole economy. And that's the leadership the President, the Prime Minister, and the government have been providing. What's been EBRD's role as a partner on Ukraine's road to transformation? Well, our commitment to Ukraine is substantial. We are the largest single investor in the country. If you go back over 25 years, we've invested 12 billion euros in Ukraine, but actually 3 billion of that in the last 3 years alone as reform has picked up. Signs of our activity are everywhere in the country and touch many sectors. Within the last year, we've opened offices in Kharkiv and Odessa to add to those in Kiev and Lviv. We're particularly proud of our role in creating the Business Ombudsman Council, a vital mechanism by which the private sector can register its complaints about unjust treatment at the hands of the authorities. And I would also highlight the way we supported reform support teams that really will help implementation of reforms. But ladies and gentlemen, if Ukraine is to enjoy the economic transition that it's really capable of, remaining barriers to investment, of course, need to be dismantled. As the Prime Minister said, it needs to consolidate the rule of law, respect for property rights, everything that advances the struggle against corruption. The achievements so far need to be built on, among them strict banking regulation and continued momentum for change at Naftagaz. And the reforms still to come include much-needed changes at state enterprises and state-owned banks. And of course, Prime Minister, as you know, successful privatizations would whet the appetite of investors for more Ukraine action. And land reform, a really, really big prize, could unlock huge amounts of further funding for agribusiness in Ukraine. So, ladies and gentlemen, 3 years ago, I pledged the EBRD's continued support for the new Ukraine and its people. Our commitment to Ukraine is not one that's here today, gone tomorrow, I said. In fact, I'm more than happy today to renew that pledge in front of this audience this morning. The EBRD and Ukraine's many other friends will, I'm absolutely sure, continue to do their absolute utmost to help the country progress towards a better tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If I could now invite the Assistant Secretary of State from the United States to take the stage.
Foreign Minister, Prime Minister, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, if I might offer an apology in advance for my possible sudden collapse. 2 days ago, to celebrate America's National Independence Day, I rode my bicycle to the home of America's first president. There I discovered and established two facts. One, Mount Vernon is nowhere nearly, remotely near the city of Washington. And second, my back is not remotely in the condition that it was 40 years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, my government is proud of our support for the government of Ukraine over the last 3.5 years, as every member of this body should be today as well. May I remind all of us that 3.5 years ago, we were seriously asking ourselves the question, will Ukraine survive as a sovereign and independent state? We have answered that question definitively in the affirmative. But the question is only half answered. We are still asking and answering the question, how shall it survive? How shall it survive in terms of its security and the safety of its citizens? How shall it survive in terms of its economic prosperity, in terms of its governance and governing institutions, in terms of its democracy and democratic institutions? The Prime Minister has laid out an ambitious and aggressive action plan for reform. We support it, we endorse it, and we encourage everyone in this room to do so as well. But it must and it does include an important component to resist, combat, and eliminate corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, with institutions such as the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, or the Special Anti-Corruption Prosecutor, or the NAPC, or the new vetted National Patrol Police, the 21st century technology that brings transparency to electronic transmissions, we support them all and encourage the government of Ukraine to implement them all. Because, ladies and gentlemen, if I might close by quoting my own Secretary of State at the last NATO ministerial, it makes no sense for us to fight for the body of the Ukrainian state in Donbass if it is losing its soul to corruption throughout the country. I thank you, and I wish you all a very successful conference.
Thank you very much. Could I now invite the Deputy Foreign Minister of Italy to take the floor?
Thank you. I would first like to thank the British Foreign Office and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Boris Johnson, and the Ukrainian Minister of Foreign Affairs for today's conference on reforms in Ukraine, a relevant and timely initiative. It's relevant because all of us know that reforms are fundamental not only for the future of Ukraine, as has been said by the Prime Minister, but also for the complete implementation of the Minsk agreements, which rightly envisage them as a part of the solution of the crisis in Ukraine. Today's conference is also timely because we are going through an extremely delicate phase of the negotiations within the Normandy Group. In this respect, a genuine commitment on behalf of Kiev is key, and we are aware of the current issues in the regional context, starting from insecurity. But in the meantime, we believe that such issues should be an incentive to do more and better and to do it together. Together with G7 countries, we made that clear both in Lucca at foreign ministers level and in Taormina among our leaders. Without reforms, no solution is possible to the crisis, and we are therefore convinced that they should be implemented without further delay. And they should be done, first of all, for all Ukrainians, not for donors or negotiators. On our part, both at the bilateral level and as a member of the EU and G7, we are not sparing efforts. We have chosen to focus our action on the fight against corruption. Corruption is not only illegal or immoral, it's first and foremost uneconomical. It's a burden for both national and international economic operators who expect a favorable environment for their investments. Our National Authority Against Corruption has already agreed on an action plan with the Ukrainian one. Minister Klimkin himself, during his visit to Rome on June 27th, expressed his appreciation for the ongoing bilateral cooperation in the field of anti-corruption policies, and we are very pleased of it. I also wish to recall our commitment to the G7 Rome Initiative for Energy. And I finally want to thank once again our host, reaffirming Italy's full commitment to join any support initiative that may actually facilitate the solution of the crisis and the full recovery of Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Could I ask, please, the State Secretary of Switzerland to come and take the floor?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellencies. First and foremost, I would like to thank the government of UK and also the government of Ukraine to convene today's conference. Let me first take this opportunity to reaffirm Switzerland's engagement and support to the Ukrainian government and Ukrainian people in their desire to return to peace. We have heard a lot about reforms, but peace is still a necessary factor to fulfill the reforms. We will be solidary with the people, and we support the government to advocate for a peaceful resolution of the conflict. I wish to emphasize following 3 priorities for us. First of all, we will continue to support, to help to improve the situation of the people most affected by the conflict. Apart from providing humanitarian support, long-term assistance is needed to the people in Eastern Ukraine, supporting especially the IDPs and their host communities. We strongly believe that we all share the common responsibility towards peace. That's why Switzerland will continue to be actively engaged with the OSCE under the Austrian chairmanship. The support of the OSCE Special Monitoring Mission to Ukraine remains of great importance for Switzerland. Third, of course, also our priority is to support the many reforms, be it decentralization and local government strengthening, and especially also the support in the healthcare reform. We there see specifically effort and ownership, and we already can recognize a positive drive in the healthcare sector. I would like to take this opportunity to highly rate the efforts of the Ukrainian authority to implement large-scale reforms in this difficult condition we all know. Switzerland encourages the Ukrainian government to pursue and implement sustainable progress. People are waiting for, and people should not be disappointed. Ladies and gentlemen, let me reiterate in concluding that Switzerland remains firmly committed to support the Ukrainian government in continuing its impressive political, economic, and social reforms since Maidan. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I invite the State Secretary of Norway, please, to come to the microphone?
Thank you. Prime Minister, Foreign Secretary, Excellencies. Norway welcomes this opportunity to take stock of and set new targets for Ukraine's reform process. Successful implementation of far-reaching reforms is a precondition for the Ukrainian state to live up to the expectations of its citizens. After the Revolution of Dignity, Norway multiplied its support to Ukraine in order to catalyze the country's reform efforts. Our support targets 3 sectors: rule of law and good governance, the energy sector, and European standard approximation and trade facilitation. In 2014 and 15, we also offered budget support. Norway will continue its support of Ukraine's reform efforts, and we will continue to focus on the 3 sectors where we have the expertise and experience required to make a positive impact. But the scale and the channels of our support will be determined by the Ukrainian government's own practical implementation of reform. Our approach is more for more. We welcome the Ukrainian government's renewed commitment to reform as expressed here today through the action plan. The plan is a concrete manifestation of the government's ambition to conduct reform. Military planners often say that no plan survives the meeting with reality, and we recognize that implementation of reform action plan will be affected by the political realities on the ground. But implementation is still the only thing that really matters. In the past, Ukrainians have too often been offered the promise, but not the content of reform. That is what has to change, and we will keep looking to the Ukrainian government for leadership. It is ultimately up to the Ukrainians themselves to shape the outcome of this process. but those who keep trying and work hard to create real change for the people of Ukraine can count on Norway's support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I please invite the Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Slovenia to come and take the microphone?
Good morning, Minister Johnson. Thank you for taking initiative. Prime Minister, Minister Klinkin. Well, since I'm the third lady in the row speaking, I have to say that, of course, it goes without saying that gender equality is a part of the reforms that you are going through, and this must be said. Thank you. But, of course, Slovenia welcomes today's discussion as an opportunity to take stock of the progress of Ukraine achieved, as well as encourage further efforts in this reform path. We commend Ukraine's progress in stabilizing and reforming its economy, strengthening rule of law, making public administration more efficient, strengthening social security, as well as reforming the security and defense sector. Slovenia also admires the commitment of Ukrainian people that made this possible in times of great challenges during the illegal annexation of Crimea and Sevastopol and armed conflict and hostilities in the eastern part of the country. The Priority Action Plan 2020 clearly demonstrates that the government is committed to building and expanding these achievements. We particularly welcome the emphasis on the rule of law, including independence of judiciary, which is key in successful fighting corruption. Not long ago, as my colleagues, ministers of Latvia and Hungary mentioned, also Slovenia underwent its own deep and comprehensive reforms. This reminds us of the significance of unified commitment in taking on such big changes. And while focusing on concrete end goal, we also knew that the process will allow us to reach something even more important, the improved well-being of our own people. Furthermore, we learned that while unity is key within our country, it is also important in the international community, whose support is instrumental. We are pleased with how the relationship between European Union and Ukraine has progressed, and would like to congratulate Ukraine on visa-free regime and the implementation of DCFTA. Slovenia will continue its contribution to the path set by Ukraine for its people. Our political support regarding the conflict in Ukraine will remain firmly rooted in the value of a rule-based international order. We will continue with our humanitarian assistance to provide immediate relief, and we expanded our long-standing program of medical and psychological rehabilitation of children. Slovenia will also continue with long-term support through scholarships for Ukrainian students and through the work of Slovenian-based Center for Excellence in Finance in the area of public finances. In those and other areas, Slovenia is willing to share its relatively fresh transition experience, should it be helpful in implementing Ukraine reform plans. And we wish you good luck. Thank you once again, Minister Johnson.
Thank you very much, Minister. Could I invite the Secretary of State of Romania to come and take the floor, please?
Dear Prime Minister, dear ministers, ladies and gentlemen, Let me start by praising our host today for gathering this group of friends of Ukraine. I think that it is very important for our Ukrainian partners to know that they are not alone, and at the same time is a chance for us to show our solidarity with Ukrainian citizens. On the second idea that I want to present to you has to do with the reform that the Ukrainian government has implemented so far. So I will take this opportunity to congratulate the Ukrainian government for being brave enough to go ahead with such ambitious reforms and to implement them. We know from our own experience that the reform path is full of obstacles, is full of challenges, and it's a very difficult one. But to go through such a process of reforms while you're having a military aggression on your country, it is even more difficult. But what we can say also from our experience is that at the end of this path of reforms and overcoming challenges, you have the rewards. Of course, the rewards are going to be harvested by the Ukrainian citizens, but I think that the main idea of implementing these reforms is to improve the life of the Ukrainian citizens. Romania is an emerging donor, and even if our resources are less generous than the resources of other countries, we dedicated a significant amount of those resources for building programs of assistance for development on Ukraine. Ukraine is the second largest beneficiary of Romanian assistance for development. We have been promoting in Ukraine reforms regarding institution building, strengthening the rule of law, public administration reforms, fight against corruption, asset recovery, cyber defense capacity, institutional capacity building in the civilian security sector, reform and training of National Guard and police, child protection, humanitarian aid for the population affected by the war, and so on. But probably the most important asset that we share with the Ukrainians is, again, our history regarding our own reforms. This is not a patronizing approach. It's a lessons learned exercise that we could do together with Ukrainian partners regarding our own failures and our own victories. And I think that through this exercise, we could share and transfer know-how to our Ukrainian partners. So I will end my brief remarks reiterating the fact that you have at your southern border a friend in Romania that is available to continue to provide assistance for development to the Ukrainian government upon request. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Could I please invite the Deputy Foreign Minister of Cyprus to come and take the floor?
Mr. Secretary, I'm delighted that you have decided to organize today's conference in this historic building where, as you know, the agreements for the independence of Cyprus were signed 58 years ago. Mr. Prime Minister, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, the past 3 years have undoubtedly been tremendously difficult for Ukraine. At the same time, however, significant reforms have been implemented in a number of areas. This is why this conference is a great opportunity and comes at the right time to evaluate progress, examine areas of difficulties, and assist Ukraine to address current challenges. Cyprus follows closely developments in Ukraine and supports all relevant EU initiatives. Last May, Minister Klimkin met in Nicosia with President Anastasiadis, and on this occasion, as in other occasions, like the President's state visit to Kiev last year, we have reiterated our principled position in support of the territorial integrity, independence, and sovereignty of Ukraine. Also, despite considerable financial costs, my government is enforcing EU sanctions concerning Russia. The full implementation of the association agreement would be a fundamental step in the process of deepening the political association and economic integration of Ukraine with the EU. Further steps aimed at intensifying implementation of the association agreement should also be encouraged. With this opportunity, I wish to welcome the entry into force of the visa liberalization regime as a tangible sign of closer EU-Ukraine ties. One must acknowledge the determination of the Ukrainian authorities in implementing their reform agenda and the progress achieved so far in a number of fields. At the same time, and while public administration must be reformed and depoliticized, effective implementation of all pending reforms remains a priority. A renewed impetus to the reform process will speed up delivery of concrete results. It is obvious, and it must be acknowledged, that reforms of such extent do not always go smoothly. There is room for improvement, and that is why Ukraine needs our support, especially in the fields of rule of law and in countering corruption. A more proactive stance in defense of independent anti-corruption institutions and civil society activists should be promoted. A culture of prevention and accountability should be widely established. We continue to actively support a sustainable and peaceful settlement of the conflict in eastern Ukraine. The Normandy format talks remains the only way ahead, as well as the full implementation of the Minsk agreements by all sides. It is of the utmost importance that the peacekeeping process stays alive. An escalation of the crisis would be a serious blow to stability. Everything should be done to avoid that Ukraine becomes a forgotten or frozen conflict in the EU's periphery. Last but not least, and in view of the November Eastern Partnership Summit, let me confirm Cyprus's commitment to this project. One of the key goals should be to strengthen Ukraine's state and societal resilience and bring the country closer to the EU through the effective implementation of reforms. We look forward to hearing more on the Ukrainian government's reform action plan and the views of other partners in order to explore how we can best help the country to deliver the future the Ukrainian people desires and deserves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Could I please invite the State Secretary for Foreign Affairs from Slovakia to come to take the floor?
Thank you, dear Prime Minister, Foreign Secretary. Although I did wake up today at 4 o'clock in the morning, I couldn't make it on time. So I apologize for that, but I did use the opportunity to watch online your introductory remarks. Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to attend this conference, and I wish to thank the UK and Ukraine foreign ministers for organizing this wonderful event. In the spirit of good neighborhood, for many years, my country has developed deep and friendly relations with Ukrainian people and has been helping Ukraine on its European path of political association and economic integration. It is of our utmost interest to have a successful reform process in Ukraine, which will contribute to a democratic, prosperous, and stable neighborhood at the eastern borders of the European Union. Relations between Ukraine and the EU are shaped through the European neighborhood policy. As a member state, Slovakia has been supporting EU steps to build closer ties with Ukraine. We support gradual economic integration and deepening of political cooperation. As a result, we can highlight the launch of the Schengen visa-free regime for Ukrainian citizens, a significant achievement in our mutual relations and a strong signal for Ukraine, making it a key partner at our eastern borders. For Ukraine to become a European success story, political unity of Ukrainian authorities coupled with a strong commitment to reforms are of utmost importance. During the winter between 2013 and 2014, the people of Ukraine demanded major changes in their country. They asked for reforms which are crucial for Ukrainians' stable future. Allow me to express some observations regarding the questions we are facing today: how to help Ukraine in the reform process and how to accelerate it. The best reply would be, first, a strong commitment to reform coming from the entire political spectrum. And second, a clear ownership of reforms supported technically and financially by EU and other international players and institutions such as the EIB, EBRD that were mentioned here before today. Ukraine needs external assistance and our sympathy more than ever before. But reforms must be domestically driven. Since the signature of the EU Association Agreement in 2014, Ukraine has indeed made progress in the adoption and implementation of reforms. Let me just mention the judicial sector, where steps were made to move towards an independent and effective judiciary. And I do believe the Association Agreement is the way forward for Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, reforms are a political rather than economic process. Ukraine has done more over the last 2 years than it has done over the 24. I want to stress that my country will be consistent in its support to Ukraine and its people on the path of becoming closer to the European Union. And I would like to end more on a personal note, and I have to say that since I have become into this office last year, the first way abroad, my first foreign visit was Ukraine, the town of Vinica, where I believe you know very well, Mr. Prime Minister, and it was an initiative of the V4 countries to support Ukraine on many different areas and sectors, and this one was related to small and medium enterprises. It was a very successful project of the V4, and I'm sure we'll be able to continue in this initiative in the future. To conclude, let me wish Ukraine the very best success in the reform process, and once again, thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I please invite the State Secretary of Croatia to come to the floor?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers, primarily Secretary of State Johnson and Minister Klimkin, for convening this important conference on Ukraine. While much has been already said with regards to our joint efforts to help our Ukrainian friends, with many challenges before them, in my short intervention, please allow me to say only a few words what Croatia is and what Croatian contribution and the added value to this endeavor is. In November 2016, the Croatian government set up a working group for cooperating and for cooperation between Croatia and Ukraine. Primary goals of the working group are to transfer Croatia's know-how and experience in peaceful reintegration and to pass on our experience with the European integration process. Following the first joint meeting of the Croatian-Ukrainian Working Group, the two sides agreed on further steps, including on launching projects in which the Ukrainian side can learn from the Croatian experience on reconciliation and rebuilding confidence between the peoples in conflict areas. Moreover, it was also agreed that Croatia would transfer know-how in the area of security of reintegrated areas. Transfer of experience of implementing projects in infrastructure renovation of reintegrated areas, including the involvement of international aid and also the participation of foreign partners. Exchange of experience on the settlement and protection of rights of internally displaced persons and their returns to the reintegrated areas. In this regard, we are in process of organizing right now a visit to Ukraine of Croatian experts who were directly involved in the normalization process in Croatia. It is important to emphasize that the working group is a peaceful and practical tool for transferring Croatian know-how to Ukraine. The working group will not, nor will ever be, a platform to promote any policies not consistent with the peaceful settlement of disputes. We consider the working group not as a parallel structure to already established format for dialogue, i.e. Normandy format or the trilateral contact group, which Croatia fully supports. Also, the role of the working group, which is a bilateral instrument, is fully in line with the framework of the Minsk agreements. At the end of my short intervention, I would like to add that the Croatian government, headed by the Prime Minister Andrej Plenković, attaches great importance to relations with Ukraine. Croatian Prime Minister visited Kiev in November 2016, and at the very beginning of his mandate, and Prime Minister Groisman visited Croatia just last month. And hopefully, our bilateral relations will continue to grow and to expand. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Could I please invite the Deputy Foreign Minister of Turkey to the floor?
Prime Minister Groysman, Secretary Johnson, thank you very much for this initiative, which symbolizes an encouraging example of mutual engagement and commitment. Excellencies, in Turkey, which is a Black Sea country, we strongly believe that a well-reformed, united, independent Ukraine that maintains its territorial integrity, including Crimea, is good for the whole region. Certainly it is good for Turkey, for the Black Sea, for Europe, for NATO, and beyond. But most importantly, it is important for Ukrainians. Looking at what has been achieved since 2014, we see encouraging achievements. But as true friends, we can also say that more has to be done, and it could be done more swiftly. Therefore, we will continue to support Ukraine as it gets on implementation, including the strategic plan presented by Prime Minister Groysman. This support will include, among others, also some credit lines, humanitarian assistance, as pledged before, but most importantly, the private sector investment from Turkey. As Secretary Johnson emphasized, private sector investment really makes difference. But unfortunately, many of the Ukraine's structural challenges emanate from the problematic relationship between business and politics. In addition to constitutional and legislative changes needed without delay, we think there are also something the government could do right now. When we encourage Turkish businesses to remain in Ukraine or to come to Ukraine and invest, we tell them that we believe, as government, in the future of Ukraine. In return, the Ukrainian authorities can take some bold administrative steps, demonstrating that it will no longer tolerate and will remedy cases where foreign investors were unfairly treated or simply elbowed out. When Ukraine adopts inclusive politics and builds inclusive institutions, it will become more resilient despite what is going on in Crimea and in Donbass. In this equation, we cannot ignore the Minsk agreements. Despite the lack of satisfactory progress, still these agreements offer a basic plan to be implemented in full and supported by us. And as for Crimea, we will continue to stand on the side of international law and speak up for the rights of Crimeans in general and Crimean Tatars. A Crimea fatigue will be as counterproductive as the broader Ukraine fatigue, and this is what the international community should aim to prevent as well. Mr. Prime Minister, in recent years, the highest level dialogue between the two countries helped a lot in increasing the contact and interaction in all fields, including investment, tourism, and politics. We, as Turkish diplomats, we hope and we will continue we will support for its continuation. Thank you and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. If I could ask you all to use your headphones again for interpretation and to invite the Parliamentary Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan to come to the stage.
Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to have the opportunity to deliver a statement on behalf of the government of Japan in this meaningful conference. I would also like to express my sincere respect for all British and Ukrainian colleagues who have contributed to holding today's conference. Prime Minister Groysman just explained the progress and outcomes of Ukraine's reform. Japan welcomes that Ukraine makes steady progress in the areas of anti-corruption measures, judicial reform, and restores economic growth while facing an unprecedented national crisis. Yet, Ukraine is still on the way to achieving internal reform. Issues to be addressed are not few. Therefore, Japan expects Ukraine to continue its efforts towards the achievement of a broad range of internal reforms based on the medium-term priority action plan to 2020, launched today. I would like to recall once again that the issue of Ukraine is a challenge to the international order based on the rule of law. And it is not only a problem for Europe, but also for the whole global community, including Asia. It is necessary that all parties fully implement the Minsk agreements to solve the issues in Ukraine. From that point of view, I think engaging with Russia is also important to find more effective solutions. Japan has actively engaged in a peaceful solution to the Ukrainian situation and has strongly supported Ukraine's efforts. Japan has announced assistance worth approximately $1.86 billion to Ukraine, the largest amount of assistance on a bilateral basis. Japan has provided financial support and is contributing to the democratization and human resource development of Ukraine, as well as to the restoration of social infrastructure in eastern Ukraine. In the field of healthcare, one of the priorities listed in the medium-term priority action plan to 2020, Japan has provided medical equipment worth approximately $10 million to hospitals all over the country. Through such endeavors, Japan will continue to contribute to the social stabilization of Ukraine. Reform cannot proceed without pain. It is essential for Ukraine to carry out bold and comprehensive reforms in order to gain resilience and achieve sustainable development. I strongly hope that Prime Minister Groysman will keep listening to the voice of the international community and civil society and take on the various reforms with unflagging resolve. Japan will continue to support Ukraine's efforts as long as Ukraine proceeds with its international reforms. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Minister. Could I invite the Minister for Trade and Development of Finland to please take the floor?
Excellencies, colleagues, Finland is celebrating its 100 years anniversary of its independence, and that's why we all Finnish ministers, you can recognize us of this symbol for the whole of the year. And 100 years ago, I think that nobody in Berlin, nobody in Stockholm, nobody in St. Petersburg, nobody in London, and even in Kiev would have believed that Finland survives as an independent nation from the 20th century. And that's why we feel exceptionally strong solidarity with the Ukrainian nation, which is now struggling for its right to choose its path as a European nation and European country. That's why I would like to thank our hosts, especially the Foreign Secretary Johnson, for his personal engagement, for organizing this conference, and also Prime Minister Groysman and other Ukrainian representatives. Reforms are a long and painful process, always, but you have already gained quite significant results. I think that 4 years ago, nobody in Moscow believed that you would survive without Russian gas. And that's now something that has happened for last winter. And I think that actually the willingness of reform and to execute the reforms can actually become a trademark for Ukraine's affirming its place in Europe. Yesterday, I had a pleasure to meet with Minister of Education, Lilia Hrinevich, in Helsinki, and we agreed about new initiative of supporting Ukrainian teacher training to improve the quality of education, and that's one of our new initiatives to support Ukraine in next years. Another main field of our future collaboration is energy, and there we see much potential, and actually, as Ukraine has taken bold steps, also including sweeping the changes to gas pricing, the finding ways to minimize energy consumption is also, I think, a key to gain political support for the reforms so that the total costs are not growing. And last year I had a personal privilege to open a Finnish-funded energy-efficient school in Kherson, not so far from Crimea region, for local and also internally displaced children. Yesterday I heard that actually this school is not anymore a consumer of energy, but actually recently become the first school in Ukraine to be a net seller of heat and energy produced by its solar panels and heat pumps, and selling it to the community of Kherson outside. Much progress has been made, more efforts are needed. I think that we all are inspired by the revolutionary IT solutions like ProZorro procurement system that you have already put in force and to implementation in Ukraine, but in the end, people are those who matter when it comes to anti-corruption and judiciary methods and measures. Nevertheless, I'm optimistic about Ukraine's future, and actually we have 3 positive signs recently. First of all, finally achieved ratification of the association agreement, now also in Netherlands, and are going forward with that agreement. We have started the visa-free regime, which is symbolically important, and actually maybe most important is that the Ukrainian exports to EU grew 25% now last year already, so this is very significant change in the picture of Ukrainian economy. We are looking forward to continue the dialogue and also our contribution as a small country to the future of Ukraine. Let's hope that things go already easier than they have used to be last 5 years. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister. Could I invite the Deputy Foreign Minister of Greece to come to the floor?
And Prime Minister, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to address a thankful to Boris Johnson in the language he likes, because he admires the Greek culture and the Greek ancient history. Kalimera, Boris. Kalimera, okay. Now, we are in order. Greece congratulates Ukraine for its efforts in the field of reforms and acknowledges that there have been tangible results in a wide range of sectors, despite the multitude of challenges the country is currently faced with. In that context, we share the view that special attention must be paid to constitutional, judicial, and anti-corruption and law enforcement reforms, which are closely related and, in fact, intertwined. Such reforms are meant to collectively safeguard the fundamental principle of respect for the rule of law, ensuring the right to a fair trial and eliminating impunity. In light of the above, we encourage the government of Ukraine to continue efforts in this field, in the conviction that effectiveness of the judicial system constitutes a conditio sine qua non. As regards prospects for success in all other areas of reforms, in this spirit, I should say that Greece assists Ukraine by offering seminars of law enforcement and by actively supporting the work of the European Union Advisory Mission. As regards the Minsk agreements, the only available way to a settlement of the crisis in Ukraine, it is imperative that reforms relating to them are adopted and implemented in an effective way. With reference to education, we commend Ukraine for the reforms adopted so far, given that education plays a central role in shaping the ethos of younger generations. We are of the opinion that improvements in the educational system constitute prerequisite for better and more responsible citizens within a democracy society. Convinced of the successful outcome of this daring endeavor, We stress the need for the reform process to be continued, and we reiterate our readiness to assist Ukraine through active support at the bilateral level as well as within the framework of the European Union. And reminding that in January, our Prime Minister paid an official visit to Ukraine, to Kiev, and reminding also that maybe I was the only, I think Denmark has visited the area, the only minister from a European Union country visiting the hazard area, the hotline in between Mariupol and Donetsk. I encourage you to go and see. It's nice to handle cases with Ukraine, you know, a few thousand miles away in London, sitting in a palace. But you have to go there and see the reality. I was helped by Pavlos. Our interest is very, very big because we have 90,000 of Greek origin sitting on and in the hotline. And I don't want you to listen to school kids telling you that you are watching war from television, but we are living it in our home yards. Prime Minister, one wish, using football terms, to see as soon as possible Shakhtar Donetsk playing in the home ground.
Thank you very much, Minister. If I could invite the Deputy Foreign Minister of Spain to come and take the floor.
Prime Minister, Foreign Secretary, thank you for gathering us this morning here. You overdid it with the weather. Actually, Madrid is raining a lot now. Ukraine is undergoing the most crucial moments in its history. Present events will certainly be remembered in years to come. Ukrainian leadership has a huge task ahead. All efforts and sacrifices made in recent years by Ukrainian people would be meaningless if all required reforms are not implemented fully and timely. Spain will continue to stand close to the Ukrainian people and government. The European Union is also moving in the right direction. The association agreement, the European Union-Ukraine summit, the visa-free regime, which Spain has fully supported from the very beginning, are good examples. We strongly believe in people-to-people contacts, especially when sharing same values and objectives. Ukrainian leadership has proven so far to be up to this historical moment. Developments, for instance, in the field of anti-corruption have been impressive. It is of the utmost importance not to slow down the pace of reforms in this field. Business community will be the judge. Public administration is another key sector where reforms are moving forward. The new law on civil service has come into force. The public administration reform strategy goes in the right direction. However, further steps are required, such as an improved system of civil service training. Rule of law, business-friendly atmosphere, privatization of public companies are key. A lot has been done, but further efforts are needed. I therefore encourage the Ukrainian authorities to continue along the path of reforms. Ukrainians deserve the best possible country. I am convinced that Ukraine will be successful, and Spain will be happy for your success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Could I please invite the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bulgaria to come and take the stage?
Honorable Prime Minister Groysman, Foreign Secretary Johnson, distinguished ministers, colleagues, I'm really honored to offer a few remarks on behalf of Bulgaria with a two-pronged objective. First, to convey a strong message of support, encouragement, and friendship to our Ukrainian friends, and with all the statements, with all the positive developments we have heard about from previous speakers, I believe this task is much easier. The second one is to fit my statement into the 3 minutes time limit, and it is much more challenging, but with lunchtime approaching, I will do my best. Let me first start by associating myself to the words of appreciation to our co-hosts for convening this timely event in this majestic setting. And this impressive congregation of distinguished personalities here today is in itself a formidable message of support to Ukraine. As regards my country, Bulgaria supports and welcomes the commitment of the Ukrainian authorities to political and economic reforms. This cannot be otherwise. We all understand that only politically and economically stable Ukraine may ensure a better living for all its citizens, a European future for the country, and contribute to the security and well-being of Europe and the wider region. 3 years after the launch by the Ukrainian government of a set of ambitious political, economic and security reforms outlined in the 2020 strategy, the coalition agreement and the government action plan, we are pleased to witness a tangible progress in a number of areas, and particularly in the area of macroeconomic stabilization, defense and security. Furthermore, we should bear in mind the very difficult circumstances in which this progress has been achieved against the backdrop of weakened statehood, the illegal annexation of Crimea, and the conflict in the East with all its negative effects on Ukrainian people and economy. While recognizing that many political and economic challenges yet need to be resolved, it is important to reassure our Ukrainian partners of our continued support and encouragement, as well as of our unflagging assistance and help. Let me mention one example, the recently approved visa-free travel of Ukrainians to the EU, as one of the most visible testimonies of positive developments in Ukraine's reform process. Though visa-free regime will not solve all the problems of Ukraine, it will motivate Ukrainians to move further forward, to persist in their efforts in building a successful state and a functioning, prosperous, democratic society. Recently, the Ukrainian government announced priority reforms which have to be implemented by 2020, aiming at a sustainable economic growth of up to 4 to 5% per year. If consistently implemented, we believe this program will have a significant impact on people's lives. The set of priority measures include agricultural and land reform, privatization, energy sector and infrastructure development, pension and social welfare reforms, as well as reforms in healthcare and education systems. The core being the reform of the judiciary and fight against corruption. We think these are the right areas to focus on and wish our Ukrainian partners to attain their objectives as soon as possible. In conclusion, let me stress that Bulgaria stands ready to share its own experience with a challenging political and economic transition over the last 25 years and its related expertise with our Ukrainian partners and friends. And it goes without saying that we remain committed to support through our modest, yet incrementally growing development cooperation programs our Ukrainian friends. Удачи у ваших зусиллях, друзі.
Good luck in your efforts, friends.
Thank you very much, Minister. Could I invite the Minister for Eastern Policy of Poland to come and take the stage, please?
Prime Minister, Foreign Secretary, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, in this historic chamber where Frédéric Chopin gave one of his last piano concerts, let me begin by thanking our British and Ukrainian colleagues for organizing this event, which is important for Ukraine, for Europe, and globally. It is crucial to keep the momentum of reforms. Today's gathering is an excellent opportunity to keep this momentum and show solidarity not only with the government, but first and foremost with Ukrainian people. We must assist Ukraine in the transformation process and ensure the international community supports the country's reform in the most adequate manner. We are all involved in many areas of reforms bilaterally, but it is through our collective efforts that we can achieve lasting results. Prosperous future of Ukraine is our joint interest. The ambitious government plan represents the right tool to implement, but also to follow the progress. What is key for its success is the genuine commitment, not only of the government and civil servants, but of the whole political class to pursue the ambitious agenda which was spelled out by Prime Minister Groysman today. Poland actively supports the European choice and the European aspiration of Ukraine. Poland proudly advocates Ukraine's interests in the European Union. Ukraine is and will remain the top priority for the Polish development assistance. The current geopolitical situation strengthened our determination in providing support to Ukraine. Since the revolution of dignity, our financial assistance has more than doubled. We work with the government and with major donors on key areas of reforms such as self-government reform and education reform. This conference represents yet another proof that 3 years after the revolution of dignity, Ukraine can count on its friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Could I please invite the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic to come and take the floor?
Prime Minister, Minister Johnson, Ministers and Excellencies, UK and Ukraine, see the link, should be definitely thanked for bringing us here to London, since there is always a need for making those encouragements in difficult times. And for us, it's a great opportunity to make a certain kind of stock-taking when speaking about reforms and about reforms in the most concrete way. We believe that the Ukrainian modernization, given the size of the country and the scale of the existing problems, is unprecedented in the post-Soviet era, and I would say in the post-Soviet area zone as well. Ukraine has been facing the challenge of reforming almost all the key areas of the state's operations. My Central European colleagues from Central European countries already stated that if you do things with stamina and properly, people will benefit, and European and global partners will acknowledge it. This is part of our experience from Central European transformation processes, and transitology studies suggest the same. Policies, transformation expertise can be shared between us and Ukraine, Prime Minister. All of this is happening in the very harsh environment when the country is losing part of its territory to illegally annexed territories by Russia. Even in these difficult conditions, the government is turning toward the needs of population, and among the priorities are now the reforms of the healthcare and education. Some of the reforms are and will be painful. I guess that one of the most painful will be the reform of the pension system. There are no ready answers. Ukrainians will make their own mistakes. But for the success of this reform, it is important to prepare the necessary social net for those in need. People must feel that the changes are done for them, with them, for their better future, for prosperous and democratic Ukraine. The government has to regain public confidence in the state. Behind the revolution of dignity, there was the will of the people. The Ukrainian civil society is one of the driving forces of the reform efforts. The government must not exclude the Ukrainian public from a participation in the political process. NGOs and civil society are our natural strong partners. The revision of the election legislation might increase the accountability of the political representation. The appointment of the new members of the Central Election Commission is long overdue. Czech Republic belongs to one of the leading donors in the sector of education, higher education quality especially, where reforms made today will be definitely demonstrated by tomorrow by the next generation. For all of this, it is also necessary to respect and protect the freedom of speech and expression. Only independent citizens are able to request participation in governing their country, and by that, to build democracy. Nevertheless, for freeing the will and initiative of the public, Ukraine still needs to solve its 3D reform matrix: de-oligarchization, deregulation, and demonopolization. Liberalization, in our view, is a prerequisite for further democratization. That's why, Prime Minister, congratulations to the successes so far, and of course, keeping our fingers crossed for the next journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Could I please invite the Director General for Political and Security Affairs of France?
Thank you very much. First, I want to thank the UK and you, Secretary Johnson, for convening this very useful and timely meeting, and thank the Prime Minister of Ukraine for his presentation. I'll be very brief because a lot has been said already. France is very committed to help Ukraine. My president just met President Poroshenko in Paris on June 26. It was a good meeting, and we reiterated our support to your country. We'll continue to do so. 3 years have passed since Maidan, and since Maidan, Ukraine has already achieved a lot in terms of reform. A lot of changes have been achieved. You're on an ambitious reform path, and it's good. A lot have been achieved, whether it's banking sector reform, gas sector reform, first steps in the area of fight against corruption. And we will really encourage you to continue that. I think a lot has been achieved in a very short period of time and in a difficult context. Second, we consider, and I would just add that Europe is helping you, France is helping you, and recently, as colleagues said before, European Union decided to liberalize the visa with Ukraine, which is probably a very important step to increase the links between the European Union and Ukraine. However, the transformation is not complete yet. We expect and we encourage Ukraine to continue its efforts on its reform path. It's very important. We need a long-lasting and in-depth restructuring of your economy and the society. It's very important to make the relationship between Ukraine and Europe closer. We, in particular, expect more initiatives in terms of privatization of state companies, reforming the pensions, reforming the health sector, the public finance management, etc., the judiciary, more and bigger fights against corruption. I think these are all steps we need to witness. It will be good for Ukraine, but it will certainly be good for the partners of Ukraine if you expect more investment and trade with your country. Last but not least, and I think the previous speaker mentioned this, all these things and all these challenges have to be undertaken in a rather difficult context in the east of Ukraine, in the Donbass region. I want to make it crystal clear that my new president, President Macron, is very committed to continue the effort of the Normandy Group together with the Chancellor. He met already President Putin a month ago in Paris. We will continue to push. There is some Normandy efforts in the pipe that are coming soon. Together with Germany, we really want to see progress. We want the Russians to abide by their commitments and to push the separatists to do their job in terms of security. It's a priority. It's a priority number one. Once it's achieved, we will expect Ukraine to deliver on the political reform. So this is where we are. You can count on us, and we will continue to push in this direction. Thank you very much, Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. Could I please invite the Political Director of Germany to come and take the floor?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Secretary and Prime Minister, for organizing this event. Ukraine is a subject where Germany and France cooperate very closely, so I can associate myself fully with the statement that Nicolas de Rivière has made. For Germany, Ukraine remains at the very top of our foreign policy agenda. No question, we owe it to Ukraine, and it is crucial for the future of security in Europe. This has consequences. The Chancellor is dealing with this question almost on a daily basis, and she will have the opportunity to touch on many aspects of the issue in the context of the upcoming G20 meeting. Sometimes when I observe her discussing issues related to Ukraine, it strikes me if you were to wake her up at night and ask her questions about the Ukrainian constitution, she would probably be in a position to answer them immediately. So in terms of commitment, I think it is a very, very solid, it is a very strong commitment which we have, and that does not only relate to Normandy matters and the implementation of the Minsk agreements, that also applies, and in a very important way, when it comes to reform in Ukraine, because we've clearly seen in spending hundreds of hours negotiating the implementation of the Minsk agreements that this conflict in eastern Ukraine is not about Donbas, it is about Kiev. And because it is about Kiev, by the same token, it is about the future of the democracy in Ukraine, a democracy that needs to develop, that needs to be strong, and for this we need reform. We try to do everything, also in terms of allocation of resources, to make reform succeed. Prime Minister, we are your partner in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a few more speakers. I invite them all to be short as lunch beckons. I want to give time to the Prime Minister to respond to the remarks being made. But could I invite the Vice President for Europe and Central Asia of the World Bank to come to the floor?
Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Foreign Secretary, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to join others in thanking the Ukraine and the United Kingdom's governments for hosting today's conference on Ukraine's reforms. As many of today's speakers have already mentioned, the strides made by Ukraine on reforming its economy over the last 3 years have been more impressive than over the previous 20 years. I was actually a young economist working on Ukraine in the mid-1990s, so I can attest absolutely to that. To keep it short, and to really be also supportive of the remarks made by the Prime Minister, I'd like to focus only on two issues. The first one is the role of land reform for the future growth of the country. During 2014-2015, Ukraine's economy shrunk by 16.5%. The currency depreciated by 2/3. Jobs disappeared and real wages fell by 1/5. Many thought Ukraine was in a free fall. Some predicted to become a failed state. As the Prime Minister made it very clear, Ukraine is recovering, and Ukraine has shown resilience. GDP expanded by 2.3% in 2016. We project also about 2% growth in 2017. As was mentioned, the government has a growth target of 4 to 5% a year for the medium term. This can be achieved, but it will require to tap into new sources of growth. And that's why I want to make the point around land reform, because land reform is fundamental for the government to boost economic recovery and job creation. It would also help solidify government finances, and if done right, it would demonstrate that the country's resources will be used to the benefit of all Ukrainians. And it would signal to the international community the credibility of the government's reforms. It will give an indication also of future directions of the economy. The objective of the reform is to create an open, transparent market for the sale of agricultural land. This starts by lifting the current moratorium on sales and opening the way for financial institutions to provide credit to Ukrainian individuals and small businesses, basically using land as collateral. Such reform would boost public revenues by up to $2 billion for land sales, but also up to $250 million in leases. But the point I want really to make is, if this leads to improved agricultural productivity, which it can, this could add $15 billion a year to GDP. This is what is needed for Ukraine to be able to grow at 4 to 5% a year. Let me mention my second issue is the one that has not yet been mentioned today, which is the challenge of addressing vulnerability and poverty in Ukraine. The Prime Minister has put as one of his core objectives is improving the quality of people's lives. And I want to basically make it very clear that the economic crisis of 2014-2015 did hurt millions of people. Poverty jumped from about 4% in 2013 to about 22% in 2015. Now, this is lower than the 46% figure of 14 years ago. But this was a huge jump, and you faced a very significant crisis. The government responded, and it took very important reforms in the gas sector. It also developed benefits for the poor, to protect the poorest families, and developed a means-tested household utility subsidy. So today, 7 million families in Ukraine benefit from a subsidy for utilities. This meant basically the difference between having to choose for poor families between food and heat. So we very much commend the government for its work. Looking forward, things look better. Poverty has stabilized in 2016, and rebounding growth will help. However, the country does spend, because of these benefits that were introduced rapidly, about 5% of its GDP in social assistance. It will need to better target it, and I'm very pleased to hear the Prime Minister and the government has a plan to modernize the social safety net and help the government improve the targeting of the household subsidy. So with that being said, we want to say that it's the World Bank. We've committed more than $5 billion as the World Bank Group to Ukraine over the last 3 years. We stand ready to continue, and with a full vote of confidence. Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Foreign Secretary.
Could I invite the Vice President of the European Investment Bank to take the floor?
Dear Mr. Groisman,
a tough position, as I'm probably the last speaker before the lunch, so I can see that people are already eager for some horilka and salo, maybe some borscht, we'll see. Anyway, I'll be very brief, I promise, basically bringing greetings from the European Investment Bank. As you know, we are the Bank of the European Union, so for us, Ukraine is a large operation outside of the European Union, and we are very committed to the country, which is also expressed in numbers. Between 2014 and 16, we provided loans and financial assistance at the level of 3 billion euros to Ukraine economy and people. Let me focus just on 4 brief points. The first one is that conferences, agreements, different official fora, etc., is all nice, but the reality is that we have to deliver on the ground. The Ukrainian citizens have to feel the support of the international community, and they have to feel it in a tangible way. This has to be done through modernizing infrastructure in cities, in providing better modernized transport, in providing road safety for people, has to be something that is really seen and felt on the local level. That's why, for example, we have provided as the EIB 400 million for municipal infrastructure, 200 million for public transport, 400 million for road safety. We are now working with the teams of such ministers as Alexander Danilyuk, who is here, Mr. Zubko, and others to make sure that this money are actually translated into projects. Second point, we also have to show that the deep and comprehensive free trade agreement is a step forward. And here we need, and we are working again in Ukraine in providing more support to the export-oriented SMEs. We have signed agreement for 400 million support to the agricultural sector and agricultural SMEs. Third point, it was already mentioned, we do have to help situation in the eastern regions of Ukraine. This is our all European responsibility. That's why we have provided support of 200 million to the so-called early recovery program, which is focused on helping internally displaced people to redevelop their local infrastructure. Last but not least, Ukraine and the Ukraine future and vision is a modern Ukraine, which is good for its people, and especially for the young generation. We know that young people are leaving. We have to make sure that the trend reverses. That's why we have to build a modern Ukraine, which utilizes, for example, IT skills, innovation, and looking forward. That's why we are supporting, for example, creation of the scientific and technology centers in cities like Lviv and Kyiv. We are also working with some Ukrainian cities on developing so-called smart cities approach and linking them to the cities in the European Union. So these are very specific, concrete deeds which we believe will translate into better life for Ukrainian citizens, and that's why we are here for. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you. Could I invite the Deputy Secretary General of the Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development to come and take the floor?
Prime Minister, Foreign Secretary, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here with you today. Thank you for the invitation. OECD engagement with Ukraine underwent a step change in March 2014 when the member states decided to respond positively to Ukraine's request for stronger OECD support. This decision led to a joint action plan defining shared priorities for cooperation in 3 areas. Firstly, anti-corruption. Secondly, governance and the rule of law, and thirdly, investment and business climate. The action plan goes beyond policy advice and offers a wide array of OECD instruments, as well as participation in some OECD committees in order to strengthen institutional capacities. The OECD has actively supported the creation of new anti-corruption institutions, as well as education and public governance reforms, among others. Ukraine has adhered to instruments such as the base erosion and profit shifting package to fight tax evasion and the OECD Investment Declaration. It will also participate in the Programme for International Student Assessment, PISA, for the first time in 2013. But there is more to do. So many of you took up all the challenges Ukraine is still facing, and many of the reforms set in motion in 2014 are advancing, but they are far from complete. Much more must be done to combat corruption, to improve the business environment, to strengthen public governance, to complete the fiscal reform, and to restructure the state-owned enterprises sector. The authorities have requested our further support in all of these fields, and we are ready to do more. The OECD has a long history of supporting the economic transition in Central and Eastern Europe. Many Central European countries are now successful and prosperous democracies. Some are OECD members. The road ahead is still long, but we are confident that Ukraine, too, can achieve sound governance and sustainable prosperity. We stand ready to help Ukraine on the journey. Thank you.
Finally, before I invite the Prime Minister to respond, could I please invite the Deputy Assistant Secretary General of NATO to come to the floor?
Thank you very much, and I will be brief. 3 points. First, on behalf of NATO, thank the UK government for hosting this event, including because, despite the fact that the crisis in Ukraine is still ongoing, we feel that, unfortunately, media attention to Ukraine is diminishing. And it's very important that political attention and public attention is maintained on this issue, so it's an excellent initiative. Second, to congratulate the Ukrainian government because it recognizes that reforms are also essential, not just in principle, but to contribute to a solution to the crisis. The defense minister was recently at NATO, and he said in the bilateral meeting with the Secretary General what I thought was very wise. He said, of course, we have to defend ourselves, but there's no exclusively military solution to this conflict, and part of the solution is showing all the people of Ukraine, including in the East, that life is better under Kiev, with clean government, good services, a strong economy, a non-corrupt economy, a good business climate. That will help to lead to the unification of the country again. So we support that very much. My third point is, of course, that NATO will continue to be part of that process. We have an annual national program. I will not list all the areas in which NATO is supporting Ukraine, but just to say we provide strategic level advice. We have trust funds of up to $40 million to help support Ukraine across the board, medical rehabilitation, policy advice, for reforms to be completed successfully, and we already see substantial progress. We believe there needs to be improvements when it comes to political ownership, clear governance, improved interagency coordination, overcoming vested interests, and a culture, an institutional culture that rewards initiative. We see progress in all of these areas, so we're really very encouraged. My final point is that this is not just an issue for Ukraine. The challenges in Ukraine are having political implications across Europe and across the Euro-Atlantic area. We will have a NATO-Russia Council meeting in just a few days. The first item on the agenda will be Ukraine. It is a major cause of tension between NATO and Russia. So the success of Ukraine to establish its territorial integrity and its political sovereignty and its economic prosperity will be a major contribution to security for all of us here in Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If I could ask you all to put your headphones back on and invite the Prime Minister to respond to what we've heard this morning briefly. Prime Minister.
Дуже дякую.
Thank you very much. Dear ladies, dear colleagues, it was a fascinating morning for me. It was very interesting for me to hear your views on what is happening in Ukraine, of how we achieve the progress in our reforms. Thank you very much for talking about our challenges. And it was clear that you understand our situation. And I've made some notes, so perhaps I would give some response to your comments. First of all, let's talk about the Russian aggression. Indeed, we've got the fact there that in the 21st century, the Russian Federation is using its weapons, its troops, and its monopoly. And it indeed has committed the military hybrid aggression. It's the fact, it's a proven fact, and this challenge does not only concern Ukraine. We sometimes thought this was just Ukraine only. It is indeed the challenge to the democratic world. When we hear sometimes in certain parts of the world that, oh, this is a local problem, or indeed we have to completely remove it from our agenda, I'll just give you one example. When the person is scared, the person closes her eyes or his eyes. When somebody, a particular leader, is weak, he closes his eyes. But the fact that the eyes are closed, it doesn't mean that the aggression disappears. It will spread. Margaret Thatcher said that the war starts where the aggressor is not punished and is paid the price for its aggression, which he accepts. So let me ask you all to understand that the aggressor should pay the highest price and should start respecting the international legislation and curb the plans concerning the aggression towards other countries. We have to join our political efforts. We have to indeed increase the economic pressure, and I'm absolutely sure that the defense capabilities of Ukraine should be increased as well. This is the challenge which concerns all of us, irrespective of which country we're representing here. This is the issue of the values. Just a couple of words about the reforms. Indeed, the reforms are needed for the results, not for the process of the reforms. And I can give you two examples here. One example is the privatization. Indeed, we understand very well that privatization gives us huge opportunities for the investment, for the development of the national economy, and of course we have to create the climate for protection of those investments. And here there are two ways. One is the path towards strategic changes, and indeed we can have some local, simple steps to change the systems. We have just developed a new legislation on privatization. What does it mean? It means that indeed it will be based on the law which we presented in the parliament. There will be a new system of transparent and competitive privatization. But there is one small thing. While we have the judicial reform, for example, we have a particular regulation that indeed the whole system of privatization will have the English law, which is a wonderful protection for the investment, which is a wonderful solution for the guarantees and transparency of the investment. This is just an example so that you can see how we think. We think both in the systemic, long-term way and introducing small steps to protect your investment. Corruption. Let's talk about that. To understand this state of play with corruption, you have to understand where we were and where we are now. And we didn't have any legislation until 2014, which made the situation with public funds public and transparent. The whole authority was centralized, everything was monopolized, and it was governed from the top and from the top only. So our government, our parliament, our president decided that decentralization here is key. We have to delegate the authority, and we have to indeed deconcentrate all the authorities from the center. We started creating the new legislation, which is active now. Until 2014, we didn't even dream about the legislation, about the transparency of public funds. We opened all public registers. We have created special requirements and demands concerning the e-declaration for the civil servants. We started the deregulation as well. We created the infrastructure of the special. We created, first of all, the specialized anti-corruption prosecutor's office, which is totally independent. We created the National Anti-Corruption Bureau, which indeed has been created independently. They start working there now, spreading their wings. Where is our weak spot, of course, the system of judiciary? So the anti-corruption court or chamber, which should be independent, is the key third element, which will help us where we could analyze anti-corruption, where we could detain, and where we could punish. This is the systematic approach for fighting corruption in the country. These are just examples of what we had and what we have now. And one more thing I wanted to mention. When we talk about the targeted support of Ukraine, I absolutely support the principle more for more. But when we say the notion more, it has to be understood equally by everybody. I'll give you an example of what I mean. Ukraine needs a systemic reform of education. We talked about the 5 priorities. Pension reform, we can sort of manage. Then the privatization reform, we'll manage. We understand how to do that. The land reform. But let's look at the educational reform, which is key for us, of course, for the development of the human capital, economy, and influences all spheres of life. So the new legislation on the system of education will cost us $3 billion. So the question here is whether we can do it, considering that we have the economic problems, which we were absorbing for decades. We understand we can't afford it, so this reform, unfortunately, will be not the key priority, because we understand that for us to get the changes in 10 years, we have to start now. So when we talk about the integrity, about the targeted approach to the reforms, perhaps it would be a good idea to look at the sector, the value of the reforms, the cost of the reforms, and the change of the systems. Then we could have the joint success, which could gain better results and higher results. But of course, it's important to understand the country is changing. You can see it's changing, and I would like to stress that the president, the majority of the parliament, my government, and me as the prime minister, and of course the NGOs and the population, they want the speed in the reform. They want to see speedy results. But we have to talk about 3 years, only 3 years of the reforms. And we can, of course, we are celebrating 150 years of Finland this year of independence. We can talk about many other countries which indeed have got 150 years of Canada. You know, we can celebrate it with many other countries. But we're talking about decades and centuries here, which brought the changes to the development of those countries. And we are now in the area or in the time of unprecedented threats. Here we're talking about the external challenges, global challenges, internal challenges. So we have to demonstrate the leadership, we have to demonstrate unity, and we have to demonstrate success. I would like to stress that we are ready for success. We are geared for success. We are geared for results, not processes. And our experience shows we can do this. The Slovakian minister talked about Vinica, my city. I was a mayor there for 8 years. You know, we were a very young, unexperienced team to come to the mayor's office, and it's a city with 400,000 people. We had lots of problems, very low standards of living, zero dialogue with community. But in 8 years, we managed to work with people to understand what are the requirements, gave it the possibility, and the city became the leader in Ukraine, the highest quality of life, the highest standard of life. And I'm very proud to say, and everybody can confirm that, but we started from massive challenges. And now we have similar problems, but the scale is much higher. But I'm absolutely sure that we have to have the fully fledged life. We have everything, all the potential. So with your effort, with your support, we are ready to work 24 hours a day so that we could achieve that success. And it should be a joint success. So thank you very much indeed again for your support, for your commitment to the values and to Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. Prime Minister, if I could invite the Foreign Minister of Denmark, Foreign Minister Samson, back to take the stage to say a few words about the future, Foreign Minister.
Thank you once again, ministers, colleagues. It has been a pleasure to attend today's conference, definitely. Thanks to Boris for hosting us, and thanks to our Ukrainian friends for outlaying the reform plans of Ukraine. I'm very encouraged by the strong international support to Ukraine demonstrated here today, and by the firm commitment of the Ukrainian government to implement a very ambitious reform program for the next 3 years. You can count on our support, no doubt about that. And I am happy to confirm that the Danish government is ready to host a follow-up conference in Copenhagen next summer. We wish to maintain a strong international backing behind the reform process in Ukraine, and we wish to give our contribution to demonstrate the huge potential of Ukraine, its people, its society, and its economy. Ukraine has much to offer Europe. Thank you very much. I hope to see you in Copenhagen.
Right. Well done, everybody. Thank you very much, Anders. And what an extraordinary achievement. I don't think I've ever heard quite so many speeches compressed in such a short period, a relatively short period of time. Congratulations to you all. I thought most astonishing thing was how everybody contrived to say something different and interesting in spite of the. And I heard a lot of, and it was very moving, frankly, to hear so many people coming together to raise their voices in support of Ukraine. I heard a lot, obviously, concern, anxiety about reform and the pace of reform. I heard defiance, quite properly, in the face of Russian aggression, taken up by you, Mr. Prime Minister. Insistence on the importance of the rule of law and maintaining the international order. Country after country had something to say about what that country was doing to help and support Ukraine, whether the provision of medical supplies or helping them reform the banking system or helping kids go on holiday, I gathered, to Hungary from Ukraine. But I also heard a passionate agreement on the importance of this subject and the importance of Ukraine to us all. Admiration, a lot of admiration for what the Ukrainian politicians are doing and have accomplished, and above all, optimism. I thought particularly striking the optimism from some of the international institutions who really know their onions. I don't know how big Ukraine is in onions, but there are a deep understanding of what has been accomplished and the potential in in the years ahead. Thank you very much. It reminded me of, it was the opposite of my university. At the end of each university term, I would meet my tutors and they would say, Mr. Johnson is incapable of reform. It was the exact opposite here today in the case of Ukraine. And absolutely wonderful to hear the optimism of the international institutions. We're sharpening up that communique, folks, so that it concentrates very much on reform, which is, I think, what people would want to see. Our role here is to focus very much on reform, to be supportive of our French and German friends in the Minsk process. In the meantime, can I just thank everybody for your hard work this morning, for your attention, and let's wish every possible success to Prime Minister Groysman and to my friend Pavlo Klimkin as they take that remarkable country forward. And meantime, let's break for lunch. Thank you very much. afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much for coming along this afternoon. Prime Minister Groysman and I have just been at the London Ukraine Reform Conference, and I think it'd be fair to say it was a most fascinating and moving event in the sense that we heard from, 30 countries, all the major global financial institutions, the European financial institutions, all supporting Ukraine and the process of reform in Ukraine. And, clearly there was a certain amount of anxiety about keeping that reform, that process of reform on track. There was defiance in the face of Russian aggression, and everybody was very committed to the support and defense of Ukraine. There was an insistence on sticking up for the rule of law, the rules-based system in which we believe, and countries saying what they were doing to help Ukraine in all sorts of ways, from supplying medical equipment to helping with the banking system to providing holidays for kids from the Donbass region who've been affected by the conflict. But there was also a wide measure of agreement about the vital importance of Ukraine to us all and the importance of the success of Ukraine. And I have to say, there was also a great deal of admiration for Ukraine's leadership, for Ukrainian politicians, for what they are trying to do in spite of all the difficulties and all the challenges that Ukraine faces. And certainly from the international financial institutions, a great deal of optimism. Optimism about what has been accomplished over the last 3 years, in spite of the challenges that Ukraine has faced, and optimism about the future. So thank you very much, all of you, for coming along. I think it would be right to say, Prime Minister, that you have from the London Reform Conference a very, very wide measure of support from the international community for your reform programme. And you can certainly count on the United Kingdom to be with you shoulder to shoulder for the long term. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Дякую. Вельмишановний пане.
Dear Boris, first of all, I would like to thank you for your leadership and for the initiative in conducting the conference on reforms in Ukraine. Thank you, Boris, for the initiative and the leadership. We had a great, and I would like to say, vivid discussion. And this is just the beginning. We have got the panel discussions now, where we look at all the priorities of Ukrainian reforms. A significant number of countries take part, the security organizations, the international financial organizations, and we looked and discussed in detail the plan of our government until 2020, so that we could provide economic growth, social stability, and also the strong security situation in Ukraine. All these issues were discussed today at the conference. And it's very important that we have felt the shoulder, the support of our partner countries. We have a difficult path ahead of us. In the last 3 years, we had a huge number of tasks which we had to resolve, and within the or on the back of the aggression. But I always say that what happened yesterday is history. It's important what's happening today and what will happen tomorrow. We are very clear in our action plan on what we have to set as priorities of our reforms, and we felt the support of the participants of the conference. Of course, we talked about the security issues as well. Security in Europe, security on the continent, security in Ukraine, and I would like to thank Great Britain again, and I would like to thank all the countries participants of this conference for the full support of territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. I would like to stress once again that we have achieved in 2016 and 2017 the economic growth, which we have to speed up. We have started a number of important reforms. We already can see the results, but we also have a very clear plan for the next 2 or 3 years until 2020. The social justice issues, the pension reform, healthcare, management of the state property, fighting corruption, and creating all the conditions for gaining and regaining trust for the judiciary. I would like to say that we have at the moment either the solutions which are prepared or solutions which are already implemented. I would like to stress once again that we have to focus our efforts on the support of necessary reforms. I have given the examples already that if we are, for example, conduct the reform of education, Ukraine needs around $3 billion for that so that the system becomes effective. If we join the efforts with our partners, of course, it's our task, it's a Ukrainian task, but we will do it faster and we will do it with higher quality. So the targeted support of changes is very important, is justifiable, and will be highly effective. However, this is indeed the issue of joint work, hard work, and I'm absolutely sure that we will find new programs for cooperation. And I would like to thank you for the conference. It's fantastic that the conference took place, and it's also a huge personal effort from Boris Johnson. I really think we've started a new tradition, a platform where we could analyze our actions and think of the future. Thank you.
Prime Minister, I'm going to go first, if I can, to a gentleman from Interfax Agents. There you go, Interfax. I'll come to others in a minute, but if I... Sir.
Дякую, Interfax Ukraine.
Thank you. Interfax Ukraine. First question to the Prime Minister. Vladimir Borisovich, could you tell us, please, do you expect a renewal of privatization process this year? Any plans for selling Oblenergo utility companies? And the question to the British side, how do you evaluate the reforms in Ukraine? What things should be made better, or what are the successes? Thank you for your question. First of all, we need to renew and reinstate the public process of attracting investments into the public sector, and also by selling assets. Quite recently, we approved a draft of the law we sent to the President to work on, and further to send it to the Parliament, which provides for absolute transparency, competition for new privatization process in Ukraine. More than that, we introduced some measures which allow us during the privatization process to apply English law. That means that we'll provide for transparency, for the competition, competitiveness, and the protection for investments going into Ukraine. It is very important this year. We have indeed our growth of around 2% for the economy. But the results of the European Business Association's rating, for the first time in 6 years among businesses, we have very positive moods towards investment to Ukraine. We got three marks out of 5. This is the highest result for the last 6 years. That means we're moving in the right directions. We need to sustain our economic growth. But in terms of public governments, it's also very important that thank you.
I just want to repeat what was said by virtually everybody in the conference this morning, which is that Ukraine has made more progress in reforming its governance and society over the last 3 years than over the last 23 years. Everybody said that, and particularly the economists, people who had been working in Ukraine back in the old days. And just to single out a couple of things that the Ukrainian government has done that I think have been immensely positive. Work on public procurement rules, straightening that out, what they're doing with the e-declarations so that all public officials have to put online their assets and their income. I don't believe that's something that we have, even I'm looking at the Foreign Office officials here, I don't think that's something we even have in this country. Yes, of course, everybody accepts that there is more to be done, and the Prime Minister has indicated that, but the overwhelming feeling of the meeting was that Ukraine is going in the right direction. And the whole point of that success is that will create the conditions, it is creating the conditions in which business will feel that Ukraine is a great place to invest and to come to. And we've already got UK companies going there. Unilever's got a tea packaging operation in Ukraine. You've got JCB moving in. Also, I think Marks and Spencer is meant to be on the way. And that is because of economic reform. And that's the vital reason for encouraging this program. Yes, John Craig.
John Craig from Sky News. Foreign Secretary, you're here with the Prime Minister of a country who wants to join the EU, you want to leave. With that in mind, perhaps, how would you respond to Michel Barnier's comments today in which he said it won't be possible for Britain to keep the benefits of the single market after Brexit? There'll be negative consequences for Brexit. And some on the British side have not understood the EU's position and believe they can hold on to the benefits of the single market while giving up membership of the EU.
Well, I think we've got to be very careful. John, you're a veteran of the corridors of Brussels, and you will know that there's an important distinction between membership of the single market and having access to the single market. And I think what all sides want to see is a great free trade deal that benefits both sides of the channel. And that's manifestly in the interests of the UK, but also it's in the interests of our European friends and partners. And I absolutely no doubt that we will be able to get there. But as I said earlier on in the meeting, we may be leaving the EU, but we are not leaving Europe, and we will continue to be actively involved, not just with Ukraine, supporting Ukraine, but in the whole periphery of the European Union, where the Russian impact, Russian revanchism is being felt. And the UK is the second biggest contributor to NATO, a massive military power in the region, will always have a very, very big role to play. So one way or the other, John, we are going to be part of, a happy part of the wider European security architecture. And I'm sure we can get a great deal out of these talks. Yes, sir.
Ian Watson, BBC News. First of all, to you, Foreign Secretary, you've heard, no doubt, the comments from Sir John Chilcot today, but obviously I wanted to concentrate on the future, not on the past. Can you reassure people that if there are, unfortunately, future military conflicts, that the government would not, would quite clearly lay out the pros and cons of the argument and be straight with people? But secondly, and perhaps even more importantly, would the government, when looking at the lessons of the Chilcot report, would the government very clearly, in the future, make decisions based on fact and not emotion? And have you put any structural changes in place in government to ensure that that would happen? And to you, Prime Minister, just very clearly, you praised Great Britain, but you talked also about your territorial integrity. Do you think enough has been done by the UK, by the EU, by the West generally, to ensure that you have sovereignty over your own territory? And if not, what more could be done?
Well, if I could just have a go first on the lessons of the Iraq War and what happened then. I remember very clearly that there was an incredibly active public debate, and everybody was involved in it, and certainly parliamentarians were involved in it, and we all tried to take a view on the best information that we thought we had. And I think looking back at it, we have to be realistic and say that some of the information, wittingly or unwittingly, some of the information that emerged from government about the weapons of mass destruction did not turn out to be accurate. And I think it is there, if I may say so, that we have to learn the lessons of the Chilcot report, and I believe those lessons have been learned.
Thank you very much. I would be fully satisfied when the democracy and the respect to the international law is renewed, and indeed the total Ukrainian sovereignty and integrity is renewed. Ukraine has become a victim of the Russian aggression, of Russian weapons, Russian troops, and this is the fait accompli. at the moment, it's not the war between two countries in the world. It's the fight between the democratic world and the non-democratic world, which wants to destroy democracy. This is the fact, and we have to see it with eyes open and accept it. The next thing I wanted to say is that now we have to make all steps possible which would force the aggressor to renounce the aggression plans for new aggressions. And I can see only one recipe here. It could be all possible instruments, political, economic instruments, and, of course, the strengthening of the Ukrainian military capabilities, because that will also be the contribution in our fight for democracy on the continent and in the world. So I think we need more political will from the leaders, more sobriety in assessing the situation that is happening now in the world. I mentioned it at the conference, and I can say it again. When we hear the discussion that the sanctions have to be lifted, or indeed the issue of the Russian aggression should be put somewhere to the back burner. We always say only weak leaders can say that. You know, it's quite natural for somebody who is in fear to close one's eyes. But I see if somebody doesn't see the real state of affairs in the east of Ukraine and annexation of Crimea, this is the weakness. And at the moment, the world and the global situation needs strong leadership, needs strength, and indeed fighting for the values which we are supporting. I'm very grateful for Great Britain that indeed we are united in that.
As you will know, not only is the UK trying to lead in promoting reform in Ukraine, which is, of course, so vitally important, but we are also one of the countries that campaigns the hardest to prevent any relaxation of the sanctions against Russia for what they did, what the Russians did in Crimea and in eastern Ukraine. And as you will know, the UK is committed to sending more non-lethal military assistance to Ukraine in the form of vehicular transport, naval equipment. We believe in sticking by Ukraine. We're in this for the long haul. Yes.
Could you comment, Ukraine Foreign Agency, could you comment on Prime Minister word? I could ask the Prime Minister to comment on the status of the land reform in Ukraine. The Cabinet of Ministers drafted the project of land reform, and it's now being discussed publicly. Some NGOs and experts. Could you tell us how long will it take to actually study it, and when will be sent to the Parliament? Thank you for your question. The land reform is one of the priorities for the government. Indeed, as you rightly said, we provided for a very public discussion, and by its result, we're not inclined to put it in a long kind of drawer. By the results of this discussion, we want to bring this message to the public, to all the public, and to the experts. What are we doing, what we're doing, and what the effect will be? I believe that the understanding that the reforms are being implemented for the Ukrainians. It's very important. This idea, this understanding, it's not less important that the decisions are made. In terms of the pension reforms, has been approved as the project and is balanced. And you know that it's in the Parliament already. Privatization reform is also as a draft of the law is sent to the Parliament, to the President for the Council discussion. The reform of the health sector is voted in the first reading, and the education reform is already in the Parliament. In fact, we have some quite substantial progress. What we need now, full support from the Parliament, for the Ukrainian Parliament, and as the head of the government, I declare with full responsibility that we are ready, capable of doing reforms and qualitatively for the sake of the Ukrainian citizens, and we can demonstrate success. What we need now, the support coming from the Parliament. Thank you.
Being pretty sultry, but how many more questions should we have? I'm going to have two more, okay? Two more right at the back, and then you, sir. Okay, one more, three more then.
Ukrainian Inter-TV channel. I have a question to the Secretary of State. On the scale from 1 to 10, how many points can you give Ukraine for the progress in reform making? And a question to the Prime Minister. Що для України?
What it means for Ukraine to hold this conference in London, and how do you practically use this opportunity to share the information about reforms in UK?
I won't put a number on it, except it's probably more than the UK entry got in Eurovision. Put it like that, okay? Which was a very successful event, as far as I can't remember, to be honest. But I don't, as far as how about that? Considerably more than the UK entry in Eurovision.
Thank you. Thanks. Your question was, I was thinking about Eurovision, which was, we were quite successful, very successful in Eurovision. And what was the question? Yes, it's this event is an excellent platform. You understand that the reforms which are underway in Ukraine, we are implementing them in coordination with our partners, with IMF, G7, the European Union. We have many joint projects. And this is a platform where we all got together and discussed specifically what has been done and what our plans are. In terms, for the first time, we presented to our international partners our midterm plan for up to 2020. We've demonstrated them, we've shown them a plan and say that's very specific. And by the way, it was highly praised. These are systemic steps. This is not just kind of we're fantasizing up to 2020. We moved to midterm budget planning for this period. In fact, these are all systemic steps which allow us to provide, to set up our priorities. Economic growth, reform of social systems, the reforms of things important for human capital. Basically, we understand each other, where we are now and where we're moving. Things I heard during the conference, yes, okay, there is a progress and we accept that and we support the progress, but we need to do many other things linked to the changes. The sense of the problem is Ukraine for 25, to a large extent, 22, 23 was an unreformed country. We got our constitution. We happened to be as a state. But we needed changes. We took this Soviet system as a legacy, and we're drifting along using this and in an institutional way. What we do now, we need to have this breakthrough. This is the most important task for us. We're working on that inside the country, but it's difficult for us to get results, and that's why we need this wide support from our international partners in security and defense and economy. It's very important for the success of the country.
Gentleman in the blue shirt.
Yuri
Deshatov, Ukrainian news agency. Mr. Johnson, to you. Could you tell us, please, UK citizens enjoy visa-free regime for Ukraine to enter Ukraine, while Ukrainians do not. And on top of that, getting a British visa is a very complicated, difficult procedure. We learned it from our own experience when we were coming here. By the way, unprecedented security measures. I was impressed. Yes, to get a British visa extremely difficult, and it's quite expensive. Secondly, and thirdly, there are different kind of visas, and to use your visa for other purposes difficult. Do you plan to initiate the issue or to simplify or maybe abolish the visa regime, which is unlikely, at least to easy the visa regime? Thank you.
Very quickly, obviously the Ukrainian visitors that we have and the Ukrainian community in the UK are very welcome, very popular, is the first point to make. I'm not going to make any extravagant promises to you today about changing our visa regime, but I will certainly look, if you've got any particular problems about the flow or the administration of visas, and I'm sure that our Foreign Office guys and girls will be very happy to pick it up with you. Sir.
Sergei Sidorенко, European Pravda. I have a question concerning our bilateral trade and relations. As you know, Ukraine has a free trade agreement with the EU, and as now UK is going to exit the EU, this agreement would not be valid for our bilateral trade. So are you going to have some negotiations with Ukraine on new agreement bilateral on our free trade? Would it be similar to the one we have with the EU and so on? And when these negotiations could start? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We hope, obviously, that the EU-Ukraine agreement will be grandfathered through, if you like, in respect of the UK, and we will be able to continue to benefit from what is an increasing pattern of trade, and one that we on both sides we want to intensify.
And perhaps I would add to this, we have, of course, to look at the different level of bilateral trade, bearing in mind that, indeed, Britain will leave the EU, so we can start the discussions, we can start the consultations concerning the possibility of the free trade agreement afterwards. And we mentioned it in our discussion with the Prime Minister yesterday. And another thing I wanted to say is that we are going to introduce the reform of education in Ukraine. I just read what you wrote, so I really need to mention the reform of education. And of course, can I just say that I read what you said, and Boris Johnson hasn't said that you had bad progress in Ukraine. No.
Faltering. It is on tape, it is online. Did you say that? Judicial reform, and you made an example that a body that is related to the new Supreme Court is not created yet, and we have some concerns about, you have some concerns about anti-corruption. So the word faltering was there, and it was quoted. I really do not catch what is the problem. I just quote it.
I don't have the benefit of having seen your reporting of this event, which I'm sure is excellent, but I think what everybody in the room would agree, and certainly what I said in my opening remarks, is that Ukraine has made astonishing progress over the last 3 years, more than at any time in the last 23 years. And I singled out some particular achievements on public procurement, on the registration of income and assets of public officials. I did not hide it from you, nor indeed did the Prime Minister. Nor did the Prime Minister, that there is more to be done. But the overwhelming consensus was positive, and the overwhelming belief in that room today was that Ukraine has a great future. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much, sincerely.